Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Relic Farm stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Quick question. Stream looking alright? We good? There's something with my camera. There we go. So, short story, backup computer. The monster was being weird. Spoke with the manufacturer. They said, maybe we can replace it with some AMD. We good, but that'll be next week. But that means that we're on a different PC, so there's something weird. The reason why I started the stream late was because the motherboard on this PC doesn't have any batteries, so when I moved them around, the clock fell behind. Now, there should be none, Falca. Now, with that said, hey Taldemar, hey Falca, hey Rust, hey Clove, hey Lana, hey Airedale, hey Ceres, hey Agent Monica, hey Tina Lee, hey Lana, whoop, I already said hey Lana, hey Krampus, hey Siren, hey Caitlin, and hey Ham. Hope you're all doing very well. So, last time on this grind, and hey Rithian, hope you're doing well as well. Last time, we got kinda stumped on a crystal sand and umbrite farm that I had nowhere near the amount of poetics that I needed for that. So we basically just got blocked. So in accordance with that, I've already done this step. I just need to finish it. I just need to deliver it. I also grinded all the singing clusters that we're gonna need. And I have the poetics for anything else we need, and I have the company seals for anything else we need. So this stream, unless I missed something, there should be nothing else that needs to be farmed. Aside from the actual directly relic weapon grind related stuff. So that should be good. Hey Regine, hope you're doing well. So let's get to it. I think there was a cutscene that I got forced into when I filled it halfway. And given you might have noticed that I had 5 sand to spare, I was extremely lucky. So I only needed 55 umbrite when it came to it. It was pretty good. They do be glowing. These relic quests, so many places was like, well, here you have to be wearing it, and here you have to have it in your inventory, and here, like, they really swapped that around. Also, I could have brought Rust along there. Sorry. Well, yeah, Falca, it should not be a problem. on this PC. It's a little slower overall, but it's the backup for a reason. It has its own weaknesses and faults, but I know it well enough that I know what to do about it. And it shouldn't have the chat overlay freezing, and if it does, it should be extremely rare. But it is a little weaker, so you'll see shadows don't look quite as nice and things like that. Wow. Big crystal. Big gem get. Hey Persus, hope you're doing well. This is Black Mage Day. It is big hat time. Hey Dunker, hope you're doing well. Said I just got all of my Heavensward Relics to the light step. Oh man, that's a lot of work to get them all to the same step. But I'm doing something sorta like that, kinda like that, with the Realm Reborn relics in the background. So that I mean, that whenever I have Poetics to spare, or like company seals to spare, I buy the things for the later steps. Exactly, because the book step would block everything anyway. But if I can make it so that the only thing that I need to worry about is the book step and the light steps, and then the rest is just smooth sailing, then that might be a little bit more motivating. And I haven't finished the Atma grind either. A potion. Hey Emily, hope you're doing well. Blam pressed. It's something like that, Caitlin, but actually it's not that weird. Sometimes when we're just doing stuff out in the world like this, it's not always, but sometimes people just go and hang out with me while we do it. Back when I did these small Kai streams of replaying the MSQ, it wasn't unusual that sometimes there would be like a little entourage following around. I remember there was specifically a moment when we did the Nier raids, where I think I had a quest that needed me to hurt something but not kill it. I hit it once and then like, you know, like 5 people just jumped on it to protect the president, right? Yeah, you're welcome to follow around as well. But genuinely, Rust mentioned being at a similar step. Risque businesswoman. Are they not children? Hey Moonrender, hope you're doing well. Yeah, we finished, and also Izaf, hope you're doing well. We finished the Black Mage Realm Reborn relic 2 weeks ago, I believe. And then we just went straight on to the Heavensward one. These are the singing cluster dailies and weeklies. Good to know. Are they always available? Because it would probably be an idea to just grab them whenever they are available then. Since they require you to do something you do anyway. Hey Breadman and Skylar, hope you're doing well. Fantastic. What does this one require? A high-level dungeon. Well, I do one of those every day anyway for the Alexandrite. I know, Dunker. I have 50. This is a strong case of like old school RuneScape of what? How did you know that I needed this? Well, now we need to go back to having it in the inventory. I'm telling you, consider doing a relic quest task like this. Back when it was current. You'd basically be forced to carry around like an extra weapon of your job just to be able to do this. I think. I agree, Persos. The main reason why I didn't have the capacity to do that is because the quests just unlocked on stream. So from now on, I would be able to do this and like gradually accumulate them. I don't think I'll buy singing clusters until I have all the other Poetics things for relics. Hey Jojo, hope you're doing well. Yeah, Ilana, imagine if on the moon we had to equip the 0.1 weapons to gain research points even. Wow, that would suck. Supreme hard mode engaged. Dunker says, I'm currently trying to grind all the memories for the Bozja relic. Nice. I completed all of the Shadowbringers relics like a little bit before Endwalker, exactly because I imagined it would be a nightmare once it was no longer Shadowbringers. Oh, you made it glow. Fantastic. That's an interesting swirl. This actually looks really good. It's kind of like a light pinkish hue to it. But we're not finished yet. Which prog, Donko? Nay, Haunted Mask. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I do love that relic progression is just here's 7 new ways to make it glow different. I will say, Haunted Mask, that it's not only that, it's like, here's your weapon. Now we turn the lights on it. Then we make it glow. Then we replace it with a completely different weapon. Then we make that glow or turn the lights on and then make it glow. And then, now that you've been happy with that for a bit, now we change the weapon again. Like, a lot of the time, it's like 3 different versions. Of a Savage, we started getting close to beating M6. I would say we're still a little bit on, like, Lava Prog, or something like that, is where we're, like, landing on, maybe Bridge Prog. Do I have to equip it? Of course I have to equip it. The particular ones where I found it a little obnoxious, or, well, not actually obnoxious, just a little weird, was, I believe the Shadowbringer's Paladin weapon was like, here's a big shield, now it becomes glowing. Okay, here's an even bigger shield, and now we make that glow, and now, for its final evolution, you get a small buckler. But when it glows really big. And I was there like, what happened to my big shield? Hello? The buckler is kind of cute. It was just not what I had in mind. A lot of people, I think, also didn't super enjoy the spike crystal thingies as the aesthetic on the final step of the Shadowbringer's relics. I think they look fine, but I could see why. Exactly, person. Big, 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 small. Hey, Redmaster, hope you're doing well. And Aviek, hope you're doing well. See, back in the day, Aviek, whether your shield had a lot of block rate or a lot of block strength usually depended on what kind of shield it was, with tower shields usually having more strength and bucklers usually having more rate. Dunka says, do you have your Numites ready? I do not, because you cannot purchase them until you reach the step. But I have the currency for it. Do you both have this quest? Quirks, or, well, Siren and Rust? This does look nice. All right. The fact that it says Lost New Lines, City of Amdapor, tripped me up a moment. No worries, Viek. Back in the day, main hand weapons also had various swing timers, which was actually relevant for Paladin for the exact reason you think it might. At least from Stormblood. And it just meant that you could feel like you got screwed over by something that was supposed to be an upgrade. Hey Matoro, hope you're doing well. Blam! Oh. Blam! We try again. M7S phase 3. I think I heard something about M7S having like the first phase is going by really fast. If at first you don't succeed, Xenoglossy again. Yep. You survived first Xenoglossy, yes, but how about second Xenoglossy? Oh, that is a good point. Don't even need it equipped. Oh well. I think we'll manage. Avast! Ready for battle! Oh. Bosses when they spawn in after you. Usually do them synced for extra poetics. I guess you could do that. It would be more time efficient if you're like not in a hurry to just have the quest just hanging out, and then you'll get to it. Like, considering that it says you just need to have it in your inventory, I could get to this step in the quest again with a different relic, and then I could just have it, and then eventually I might get these dungeons done through mental roulette. Like, just that way. Oh, right. I get knocked down, but I get up again. But... oh, now you've done... Alright, now you've done... Oh. Now you're making me... Just ragdoll physics. Just a moment here. It seemed a lot quieter than usual. Hey Bronto, hope you're doing well. Natoro says my static kind of collapsed and I'm now without one and I kind of lost motivation to continue with the current raid tier. Oh, that sucks. And that is understandable. It's not the same. The Boy and the Dragon Gay. Fantastic. Imagine if they didn't allow you to do these unsynced. We'd manage, but I could imagine that it would be slightly more annoying. Hey Guzzle, hope you're doing well. Yeah, the offensive cure 4 is pretty fun. A boss that uses an effect that flips the effects of their spells. Whee! Now, finally, I'm worthy opponent. It wouldn't be too bad if you couldn't do them unsynced. It is actually sometimes a little surprising that you are allowed to do all this unsynced. The light farm synced, yeah, that would be something else. I remember, quite weirdly actually, I think it was, yeah, that was in Shadowbringers. When I was doing there's the Shadowbringers farm where you needed things that you could, for instance, farm by doing Crystal Tower. I remember joining like a Blue Mage turbo spam group because they could do the duty way faster. And the way that you did it was usually that you had a ranged physical in each alliance, maybe even a healer in each one, and then you had one tank somewhere. But I specifically remember that there was one time where there was like, I think like a Paladin in the group, where he was like really, really determined that not only did he have to be the tank, but he wanted to carry a relic weapon, which was obviously a lot weaker because, you know, item level sync. We were all essentially full 130 and he would then have this garbage weapon. It was a really minor detail, but it's just funny because it's like, it's a speed spamming group. We could have someone who is bringing a proper weapon. You could do that farm on your own at some other time. It doesn't have to be synced Crystal Tower. That, I think, was my first run-in with the fact that you needed to farm light and stuff like that. I was saying, Scuba Murph, hope you're doing well. And yeah, these are level 60 dungeons. But yeah, I more so meant that when it, like nowadays, imagine if it still required you to be synced. They either story skipped Zav, or the first time they did Bottom's Middle, they were a replacement. Is at least an option. Not that likely, but it could be. Then you would have gotten it before the end boss. That is a good point. Worms! Well, either way, if Zav makes a great point that if it was not their if they were not a skipper, then they would probably not have gotten the mapping achievement in the final room specifically. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Thunder! But I already picked up the pitchfork. Oh, gotta put it down now, Taldemar. It's a really long way back. We did it! We found the things, Gerald! Picked up the pitchfork as you're leveling Lancer. No, pitchforker, apparently. A new soul stone. Wow. Poke the node. Doot. This is how you access a node terminal. Sorry. You make biscuits on the ball, then things happen. You just make biscuits. Don't know what you do on the egg, but the ball, you make biscuits. Bro, why don't you just stay over here? Like every time I access one of these nodes, it's like beep boop. And then just hear from the distance footsteps. I'm coming over. Right then. Is it light farming time already? Oh yeah. Are you sure that it can be done in either order? I mean... Oh, there's it. There it is. Am I the idiot? But why are you Why are you not just standing over here? I'm coming over. Anyway, back to where I was standing. Just a real quick aside here. The Numite requested by Ardashir can be obtained through various means. Speak with other players and share information to discover how to find it. Well, that sure was a different time, wasn't it? Imagine speaking with other players. You keep an eye on Gerald normally. Yeah, exactly, Cat. Google it. Anyone know where to get Numite? Google it. Okay. Caitlin, I only finished one of the Realm-Reborn relics. I sort of parked them. The rest. To work on. Like, gradually. Instead of just, like, turbo grinding all of them. So I only have one finished, but I'm working on them. I have some bomb cores already and some sacred spring water. Indie pics? What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. I don't even know if we're in the same region. That's complicated. Usually the way that happens is that there is the clip review room in the Discord server, And about every 2 weeks I have these walk and talk streams where we look at clips, and I try my best when it is requested to give some tips on how to improve for the person who's being like viewed or reviewed. And that doesn't cost anything, but your mileage may vary. I might not have anything to add. Right. You need to have the weapon equipped to get the light farming done, right? Hmm. Exactly, Ilana. False Geek, hope you're doing well. And also to you, Indie Pix. And yeah, that is true, Cat. Like, just generally supporting the channel does help, but was never a requirement. Sometimes people have asked if only members get reviewed, and that's not true. You just have to post a clip of you playing. He took a few hits. I completely forget that they have door bosses. Doink. If I remember correctly, you can use these, possibly? Can you use these to buy something relevant for a different step? Hey Godfib, hope you're doing well. The OG trading dummy. He can actually kill. On normal even. Use them to buy gear to trade for Grand Company seals. That is a good idea. That's true, Red Mail, but I'll probably work on making more relics. But yeah, just to round up on that question, IndiePix, I don't feel like my ability to judge what you can do better is reliable enough that I would ask someone to pay me for it. Thank you, IndiePix. Only Yans. Oh, that's good. Insta, hope you're doing well. The only school where you need to tank the lessons. The lessons bonk you for very heavy damage. That's good. That's good to hear, Nasir. Thank you. Blunt force information transfer. Thank you, Ardil. That is true. Yes, as Kat said, I don't quite know how all the algorithm stuff works, but as far as I know, liking a stream while it is live might help with the YouTube algorithm to go, oh, this is a good one. We should have more people get over here. So it is really appreciated. Thank you, everyone. I was just about to say, how many was that? But we have a book to count it with. I say, Liam and Vinyl, hope you're doing well. I don't know if A10S is faster. I just know that the guy that I'm following says A9, and it'll be like, it's like, if it's a few seconds apart, we'll survive. With our speed here, it'll take like 20 minutes, 25 minutes maybe. Could try to get some variation. Could. I'm also just thinking having just one stack of books might be nice if you want to use it to like have a collection to spend on, for instance, Grand Company seals later down the line. these clears taking like 37 seconds means that there's not that much time to save. I'm not saying it isn't faster, it's just... the difference would be small enough that I don't mind. There's no Faust in A10. Which fight is A10 again? Hey Nox, hope you're doing well. Steamroller Trap. Does he not have like a group of goblins that you have to fight? Not on Savage. Oh. We could try that. How many items do you need to buy a thing for these books? Is it 3? And then I think it's might be 4 for the others. Is it 4 for this one? Was it 4 for accessories? Yeah, that does make it a little awkward. It's worse if you can't skip some stages. So that was it. That's what others said as well. How about after this one we do 8 of A10? No. How about we get this one to 14? And then we do 6 of A10. Because then if it's kinda awkward, then you have exactly the books to like spend it on something. I'll say you stupid genius and lone wolf. Hope you're doing well. Do A12s. For the ship jumping. Well, all that really matters is what thing is faster, I suppose. Yeah, this loading screen and jumping through hoops and such would probably save some time if we don't have something else getting in the way on A10. Right. Let's try 10 then. I don't think we can get you to the finish before I'll say done, but you can join for the what's remaining, right? Wink. Lame bricks. Yeah, indeed, Falca. Locus is nice. Under the floor? Yeah, 25 seconds. Yeah, minus the cutscenes and such. That is faster. What did you mean under the floor, Caitlin? Blue Mage underneath the ground. Maybe glitched through the ground? Floor be gone. Try new, floor be gone. One little spritz and the floor's gone. Call now. We don't know why you'd want this. Now that's a sales slogan. We don't know why you'd want this. Most of the time, Caitlin, when you see a player that is fighting something while under the ground, they're bots. I'm honestly not sure why they bother. Because they still get hit by the enemies, even though they're underground. But... And furthermore, typically, them being underground makes it even more obvious that like a normal player would typically not do that. It's like they would actually be less obvious if they just didn't. And that's what I mean, Ceres. It's almost more obvious when they're underground. Because you can still see the name and you're seeing a mob that is attacking nothing. It's really, really difficult to miss that. But yeah, maybe there's some method to the madness. I'm just saying, it feels like they're not really gaining much from it. Ta-da! Oh, that could be Lone Wolf. That people can't see it because their name is hidden for some players. Right, that was that. That would place Nox at like 14 remaining. No worries, Nox. Oh, no, see, it's even simpler than that. They use cheats to teleport. They just go, and then they're where they need to be. And they just teleport underground as well. So, they don't move out of bounds to move faster. They just snap their fingers and then they're there. So... And they don't get to attack higher level mobs without fear, because the mobs attack them ignoring height difference. They just smack them through the ground. So all of the potential reasons that are like game related are out the window. It could be that they're hiding from other players. I'm just saying that, to me, it's insanely obvious. Like, if they were just above ground fighting something, even though their name looks like they just smashed their head into the keyboard, I would still be less likely to think bot. Because they're not underground. But that's okay, Nazeem. There's only one way to learn those things. Nox says, I do like that for a while most of them were Regans because random letters is less suspicious or something. You know, that is actually pretty huge galaxy brain. To choose a race that canonically, like lore-wise, have names that kinda look like a keyboard smash. I will say that is pretty genius. They could also nail that with the Lalafels by just like having the exact same keyboard smash twice. Well, with like a slight difference on the second smash. Melbe Bluffesvin. Melwhip. Not to be confused with Miracle Whip. Exactly, False Geek. Whatever ever. Perfect Lala name. What whatever? He's more exhausted for each step. Or not? Did you forge blood into that? Did you staple it to the anvil? And for my last trick, there. Now it's nice on for display. The anvil is part of the weapon. Are you sure about this, Gerald? Are you sure? Hot glue. Now you can cast iron. Finally, strength, Black Mage. Finally, we can move past 1 damage once again. I've arrived. Fire 4 turns into fist 4. I just pulled really, really hard, Breadman. There's something weird about them displaying it like hanging on the side of the anvil like that. Dun 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 dun. We made 1 emote for this thing. Don't be on the anvil. Go over here on this fantastic box. What a display. Caladanda. What do you want? Oh! Err. Quest objective, yoink it. And they're just talking, Warrior of Light. I can has? I'm just gonna keep looking at it until it gives it to me. Forbidden lollipop. A small guy probably would. Yeah, I was a little bit confused, Paris, as I was wondering if I was supposed to pick up a different quest. But this is it. This is it. Wow, what a quest! Whew, that was hard. We almost didn't make it. We just barely survived. Caitlin, they probably saw your weapon. What's your secret? Imagine if that quest was just like, you need to speak with someone. Ask other players. And the character you had to talk with is just somewhere random. That's Eureka? Oh yeah. Good point. Even the anima isn't immune to the iconic Final Fantasy XIV flying woman pose. That quest could have been a walk and talk. Yeah, it could actually. Rowena, what was the point in me coming down? I was actually just thinking, when the whole quest was me go to Idleshire, talk with Rowena, and then come back. Couldn't we have solved that by her just coming here? I was genuinely thinking that as I came back. Like, why didn't she just come here? And now she's here. Was I fetching her? You're the one who told her to come here. Still though. My teleportation fees! No! How will I be able to buy... I don't know. Dye? More neon pink dye? Question mark? You had to leave SSLA so they could load in all the new assets. That is a perfect expression. Yeah. Meanwhile, the Warrior of Light. The bickering. But at least we got a neat pet out of it, but it's not a manatee. The saga ends? Excuse me? I don't think so. The pet has less polygons. Yeah. Yeah! They made the last step and they were like, wait a minute. Aren't they supposed to have like 5 more item levels? Oh yeah. But didn't we just tell them that the saga ended? Yeah. Poof. You know, the only thing missing here is that I talk with Rowena, get told to go back here, and then she comes up here again. I haven't read what the actual quest entails, but I'm ready for it. I'm ready for exactly this outcome. That she'll be like, oh, okay, I'll come over. And I'll be like, couldn't she have just been there? My poor guild. Yeah, my poor money. Oh, now they flipped the script on us. Now Adachi is here instead. She looks severely unimpressed. Hey Seraph, hope you're doing well. Oh boy. Oh boy. Another teleport. Such riveting quests. Why is she wearing what? The dress that that probably should have been accompanied with actual pants. Good question. Ooh. Such teleportation! This was not my intention. Your sandwich is not doing well. Oh no. Right. We are at the do a bunch of fights step. Is it just these 3 Dark Knights that I'm bringing? Or did Larencia come here to join as well? Actually, are these Dark Knights coming at all? I assume Larencia is you, False Geek? Is that correct? Oh yeah, Nazir, it's all for mostly just for the fun of it. Teleports with thoughts. Oh whoops, it's not even extreme, we just need the hard one. Woo! Seraph said... My sandwich is falling apart. Probably from the stress of getting eaten so soon. Whew, we just barely survived. Doink. Here comes the quote-unquote difficult one. He do be jumping. You're a trampoline be like. The trampoline like breaks as you land each time, just. Well. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. He didn't even get to cast Memento Moogle. He just got denied. I believe we're actually already at the final stage, Shaq. It's just that the final stage has some sections to it. Bruh. Wow. 10 whole thousand. Eh. $1 billion trials. It is a little funny it's not extreme versions, but to be fair, relic weapons have pretty much always been more like catch-up options for the more casual player. And then it becomes the best later. So it makes sense that they wouldn't require anything that, you know, might require greater coordination. But nowadays, it does feel a little bit like, really? Just hard? Yep, we do have to do Bismarck. It's a little funny that it's the leveling version as well. Also true, Perrin, a lot better than 1500 Poetics. Black. Oh, I agree, Kat. I would say I feel like the problem with the just 1500 tomestones Endwalker relics was more that was it. Like, that was everything. It would have been nice if there was a little bit more to it. I feel like at least would be the complaint from some players. I don't know if I really... Like, I don't know. I think it would be nice if there was a little bit more. But I think it was fine. The Endwalker relics was these tomestones. You could actually tell that like there was basically like a huge like the materials for crafted gear and such would have a very long period where the price was a lot higher when a new step came out, because a lot of players that normally would be investing in that would be spending it all on relic weapons. And you could almost meter out around the time where someone could just do their daily roulettes to collect all of the relic weapons. Around the time that someone would have been able to get all of them done and finished would be when the price of crafted materials that were purchased with the same resource would start to drop again. It's pretty funny. Also true, Perrin. In fact, back in Endwalker, I made a video on this exact topic. I think it was called something to the effect of the content that we hate together. Because the thing is, a lot of players didn't like Eureka or Bozja, but did it anyways. And it is absolutely possible that some of those players also were in the batch that complained that Endwalker relics were quote-unquote too easy. Like, sometimes a grind that kind of sucks is still better than no grind. So we can anticipate that these kind of complaints will be back the moment that there is such a grind to complain about. There's also something that I mentioned in the context of variant and criterion dungeons, that people complained that there wasn't like any reason to farm them to some degree. But then again, if there was reason to grind them, then some people would have complained about that. Hey, Campfire King, hope you're doing well. The Roy Motion farm at least gave me a reason to have Blue Mage leveled. Yeah. Blue Mage stonks in a dumpster because of Endwalker relics. You see, that's the thing, Indie Picks, that for some of the casual players, the fact that the relic weapon had, you know, a little bit of meat on it, like a little bit of grind to it, itself was content to do. So, like, some people appreciated that. So, while, yeah, the Endwalker relic was really easy to do, all things considered, that wasn't to say that the old, like the relics from before that were necessarily really hard. It was just that they took a little more, I guess. But that is also what I've been saying, is that some people enjoyed it like that. Some people really appreciated that it wasn't super time consuming.
The unenlightened come. My revelations are lost.
Your revelations are lost? Let the rebels begin. Frauko says, would you say there's also a bit of the I went through it so everyone else has to go through it mentality? For this, I don't think so. But I do see what you mean. But I don't think so. I think it's more a case of players just, like, some players really enjoying the random nature of those relic grinds. And yeah, also true, Red Master. This is also something that is indeed a problem with both the Eureka and Bozja relics, is that because it's that specific content, that content must be doable, even alone, otherwise it becomes a huge problem. I don't think so, Indie Picks. If you like a shiny weapon, that's perfectly fine.
Good and evil, son, is my turn.
Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. It's weird that Sophia and Zurban are like the only trial bosses with a I just took a large amount of damage noise. Are they actually the only ones? Because you know what? I noticed that too just the other day, that they have that. But it only made me think, do other bosses have that? And we just don't do enough damage to make them go, ow! It's also possible that many of the more monstrous bosses have a noise, but it's just, it doesn't sound like an ow noise, so you're like, eh. Sometimes it also helps because specifically Zorban and Sophia have voice actors. Maybe that's the reason. Because I'm actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure Susano has a ow noise as well. I assume we buy this. Yeah. Raw. Doink. Finget. Which expansion has the most grindy relics? I would say Stormblood. Personally, I would say Stormblood. And I think it doesn't help that it seems like it gets grindier the older it gets, because less people are likely to do it. The thing that makes A Realm Reborn grinds feel so enormous is the book step. And the book step is crazy. You need to do 9 books, and each book can take like 30 minutes to an hour. Because of like fates needing to spawn. But that, like, I feel like Eureka still seems more grindy. But that also makes sense because Eureka and so the relic weapons there are made to essentially invoke a different game. It was like inspired by like the way Final Fantasy XI works in some ways, I believe. And that's grindy in a different way. So it makes perfect sense that it would be the mega grind. Tatsumi says, a friend of mine told me that on top of unlocking the dungeons and raids, I need to go do the relic quest lines for when they come out for this expansion. Yeah, exactly. As Perrin says, even though relic weapons are typically weaker than the best in slot of a given raid tier at the start, they become pretty strong and either catch up to or almost, like, they either catch almost up to or completely come up to, catch up to and then surpass the savage weapons, but they only surpass them by a little bit in the final patch of the expansion. But if you start on a relic weapon by that point, then it's a pretty long journey for that. Look! It's a staff with a fire 4 on it. Now I can hit things with fire 4. Yeah, it would be a good idea to like work on at least a relic weapon for your main job. You don't have to do all the old relics, just to be clear, Tatsumi. Those are just for glam. If you don't care about that, then that's optional. Fully optional. But there will be a new relic quest line coming out probably soon. At max level. Good luck, Siren! As I checked, Fire 4 didn't have lightning. Okay, it's a Fire 4 with a high thunder in it then. I can still bonk enemies with my Fire 4 now. That was the last step, right? Yep. Yeah, that's true. If you're playing Viper, then there are no old relics to look for. So then it's just straight wait for the current expansions one. Also, thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. I guess this is like Super Fire 4 then? With added lightning? Paradox on a stick? Oh, that sounds pretty good. Now do it again. Do another one? Yeah, the thing is... See, here's the thing. I was thinking that I would go extra long with this stream to make sure that we got it tonight. Because... very soon, the new area is coming out. And then we'll probably be working on that once a week at least. I'll probably be working on it off stream as well, but like we'll have a stream doing that once a week for at least a while. So it would be a bad idea for me to like start on a Eureka weapon and then go, oh, never mind. That looks nice. I also really like my Lilith Rod, though. What new area? Not next week, but the week after that, we're expecting a new zone called the Occult Crescent, which is a little bit similar to Eureka and Bozja. And I believe new relic weapons should be found there. So that would be something to start on, and, well, that means that I have 21 weapons to collect. Wow. Actually, I'm guessing I cannot put the actual relic in my glamour chest, so I should probably grab a replica as well. Yeah, this one looked kind of nice. Was it a step after that that I saw? Nope. Final Fantasy V? Is Occult Crescent heavily inspired by Final Fantasy V, Campfire King? Also, thank you for the super chat. Is it? Double cast Communio. Yeah, I saw a little bit of the cross, like of the like the what they were not called cross classes, were they? But like that extra class system in there. Phantom jobs, yes. That will also be something to grind, because I believe you have to level those individually. And that is also something... Speaking of Eureka and Bozja, a particular thing that I always found problematic with them is that you would find, like, some exclusive action to one of those zones, and you'd be like, oh man, this is amazing! And then you realize that it was, you know, finite, and you needed resources to use it, so you'd just not use it very much. Whereas I think the phantom jobs, based on what I've seen, is something where you just choose one and then you just have those. It's a little more limited in what you can bring, because you can, you know, only be one phantom job at a time. But you just have that. Like, there's no, oh, well, you only have 10 of this thingy and then you have to go and get more. You just have it. Which I think is going to make it a lot more entertaining to just mess around with. Yeah, nah, I didn't expect to finish so soon. Now I don't know what to do. Thank you for celebrating 13 months as part of the Cult of the Pink Ham. Thank you so much for the support. Blood Rage. Is that from Eureka or Bozja? Hey, discount support. Hope you're doing well. Blood Rage is the best tank lost action in Bozja. I guess it's one of those that are more expensive to use, since I've never used it. You know, Caitlin, that is something that is pretty funny about some achievements in Final Fantasy XIV, is that some of them have a low enough requirement that it seems relatively feasible to do, and other times they have such a high count on them that it kind of reads as if they're like, this is just to keep track of how many you got. We're not expecting you to actually do this. But then they put achievement points on it. And at some point you gotta do it, right? And yeah, indeed, I am making sure to spend some of my live quest allowance every few days to make sure I don't cap, so that I can work on that. Well, I guess given how many live quests I've already completed, it's probably no longer 7 years. Raymond says the high count stuff, like the 2,000 mentor roulettes for a mount, were meant to be done over the span of a year or two. Do you have a source on that? Do you have Yoshi P stating exactly that? Because I don't think you do. That has to be an assumption. It might be an assumption. If you do mentor roulette as a daily, just the daily, because remember, mentor roulette has a daily attached to it, it would take you like 6 years to do it. And they didn't make it so you could do like 10 a day and it counts as a daily each time. It's straight up a daily. And yeah, the reason why the live quests are several years is straight up because there's no way to do them any faster. Like, just to be clear, for anyone who might not know too much about this, this means you have to do 5,000 Battlecraft live quests. This is, of course, 5 tradecrafts, and this is 5,000 gathering ones. So that's 15,000. That's a lot. Many of these live quests, you can, like, I have on my person, or in my Chocobo saddlebag, items so that I can hand in, like, 2 fieldcraft live quests within, like, 30 seconds. At any point, I can just go and do it. Just hand in 2. So I could just spam that, except you only get 6 allowance a day. So you divide 15,000 by 6. And that's the amount of days it would take you to do these 3. Regardless of how motivated you are. These will take, well, 2,500 days. And also that, you can maximum hold 100. So if you don't spend them, then they'll just sit there and go to waste. And then this isn't even the end of it, because this, and this means that there's an extra 1,500. Which is what makes it 7 years. And at least one person has done it, as far as I know. At least one person has actually done it. And that's what I mean, Raymond. Some of these achievements are so high that they don't quite read as something that you're meant to be aiming to complete. Like, imagine if you had, like, when you went into achievements, World of Warcraft has this. Like, you go into your achievements tab, there's just a different, or menu, there's a tab where you can just check statistics on your character. Something like, how much gold have you looted? Or how much damage have you taken? I don't know if that one is actually there. But, like, a lot of random data just is in there. Some of these achievements are so high that they are basically that. They're basically like, well, you did 389 Battlecraft leave quests if you're interested. And the breakpoint where you finish the achievement is basically when it reaches the point where it's like, you did a lot, okay? You've done a lot. How do you more materia slots to your gear? Either a piece of equipment has the materia slots that they have, and that's all you can do. If it is a crafted piece of equipment, then you can overmeld if you are a crafter, or you can request a crafter to do it. When you overmeld, only the first overmeld can be any materia size. After the first overmeld, you can't just use any piece. It actually says here on the grade 12s, here for instance, this cannot be melded onto a piece of equipment past the first advanced materia melding slot, which is what we call overmelding. Each overmeld has a gradually reducing chance of succeeding, so you may, like for instance, the first overmeld is usually 1 in 6, so on average you would need 6 materia instead of 1 just to succeed it. The second one, which will be a weaker materia in the first place, will have an even lower chance, and then an even lower chance. But it's usually only crafted gear that can make it, or can do it. Which is the reason why you'll see, for instance, that my hat does not have any overmelding, whilst my chest piece has. Thank you, Ardell. If you're a full-time Final Fantasy 14 streamer, YouTuber, it's just a matter of time. It only is if you're actually doing it. Like, that's still the thing. You still have to do it. Yeah, that's actually a funny one, Nazir. The unique lives for each crafter at the very least, and I think Gatherer required 10 of the large temple leaves to complete, where there are, I believe, 15. Which was really funny, because I remember in Endwalker that I waited with finishing that part super late in Endwalker, because it's like, well, next expansion's gonna come out, and each will get 10 new live quests, at least, so I can just get it there. And then they added a new achievement that required, like, 15 more live quests. So instead of decreasing the amount of temple lives you needed by 5, it increased it by 5. But yeah, I'm just saying, Nazir. In Endwalker, crafters required 5 of them. Now they require 10. And if you're saying different, then you're miscounted. I checked. And I have the achievement for all of them. And the same applies for Gatherers. That they went from 5 to 10. Like, all of them just barely required 5 in Endwalker. So I was like, oh, fantastic. Next expansion is going to come out, and then we'll do it that way. And then they increased the amount you needed to finish the unique lives achievements by 15 while only adding 10. Or something to that effect. They need to add a lot more to the achievement vendor. They did actually add something somewhat recently. I believe this one was from the achievement vendor and was added somewhat recently. That means I assume it's something I'm going to want to do if I want to try Savage Raiding. If you're week 1 Savage Raiding, like you're Savage Raiding right when the content comes out, then you probably do want to overmeld if you can. But as the raid tier progresses, it becomes less of an expectation. You don't need it. It doesn't add that much more power. But it does help. But, yeah. I do find it funny that there are those kinds of achievements that are so long. Like this one? Actually, back in Endwalker, I made a video on the most time-consuming achievements. And I do believe I listed this Lifer 3 as an example, because if you started from 0 on this, and you just thank you, Ardell, if you just turbo spammed Ifrit normal, because for some reason trials don't have a daily limit, whereas dungeons have, I believe it's 100. Like most duties, you have actually a 100 duty limit, but I believe trials don't. If you just spammed Ifrit normal, unsynced as quickly as possible, this would take like a couple days or something. But why would you bother? Because if you were in the business of achievement grinding, many of these achievements would require that you do enough duties that you would naturally, eventually hit this one. Hey, Mad Hatter. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, exactly, as Perrin says, what really, really matters is make sure that you have regular melds on your gear. Like this. And just fill in the actual materia slots that are there with the biggest materia that are available. Something that makes sense. The thing is, this kind of stuff is like, it shouldn't cost you that much. If you could afford a crafted gear set, you can afford this too. Similarly, it's like if you're joining for hard content, it's generally expected that at the very least you have food buffs. Like, relevant, new, current content food buffs most of the time. But I don't think people are gonna, like, some might not mind if you're using the previous raid tiers 1s or something. Some might mind, like, you know. Be considerate. Think about what you'd expect of the rest of your group. You'd probably like them to be prepared. Bronson says, I'd say pentamelding is somewhat worth it if you never plan to savage raid, strictly as a thing to do. I would say if you're never planning to savage raid, then I don't think that pentamelding will be that helpful. Exactly because if you're never savage raiding, then what content are you doing? You're probably doing a lot of roulettes, and whenever you sink down, your materia turns off anyway. So you'd probably not get that much mileage out of that pentameld. Where to get level 1 fishing gear? I would guess from a vendor in Limbs Elementor somewhere. Right, that's a completionist thing. Caden, I don't think there is level 1 gatherer gear. I straight up don't think there is any. Just dress your retainer. Raymond, just to be clear, Caitlin said there's no level 1 gear minus the fishing rod. So we're talking about everything other than the rod. Hey Jamie, hope you're doing well. Which is the easiest to start? That's a complicated question. I'd say if we assume you've done none of the pre-work for any of them, then I think actually the A Realm Reborn ones might be the easiest ones to tackle first. But if we assume you have done some work already, then like the Endwalker relics just require that you've done the Hildebrand story fully, and then it's just tomestones. But I don't know, I would say you could just take it from the top, which would be the A Realm Reborn ones, or you can just focus on one that you think looks cool. It's also worth noting, if you're already at the end game, that in like 2 weeks a new relic weapon story will begin. So maybe you should maybe don't tire yourself out on a power grind now. Like, hold your fire, then Occult Crescent comes out, and then there'll probably be a relic weapon to grind there. It won't be able to be finished, but you will be able to start on it. And there's 21 jobs. Hey Wuzio, hope you're doing well. Mad Hatter says, what's your take on going for best in slot for Uvu? Would it be beneficial to get gear at that level and then meld materia, or going in at current item level 750 gear would be sufficient since you're being synced? Optimal gear sets for old ultimates are usually a mix. I think there might be a few jobs where going for the, you know, utmost best in slot stuff might be more fun. And I think that, like, based on what Perrin is saying, that the power difference is relatively small, the fun factor is what would really matter. Like, for instance, with the Stormblood ultimates, I don't know if that also applies to Ukop, but in Uvu at least, Summoner can super mega turbo stack spell speed like an absolute lunatic if you have the full best in slot, which can be somewhat amusing, and it's actually good. And you can't do that if you're not, like, actually optimizing around that. Yes, Muslim Paul. We actually finished. That's why I'm kind of just standing here, not sure what to do. Because I don't think we can finish another one in this stream because of all the poetics required. And I feel like it would also be weird to just have it hanging. I was thinking maybe of going and doing some Atma grinding for Realm Reborn relics. Thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. See, I'm both excited for Occult and not. It's gonna be cool, but I'm worried I'm just too busy and will get power crept out of it like Bozja and Eureka. What do you mean with power crept out of it? Do you mean that because other players will get too far ahead, it'll be boring? Yeah, I don't know. That's what I mean. That's why I'm asking. Anyway, I'll be right back, and then I'll try and figure out what we're gonna do instead of just standing here. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, what it sounds like, Campfire King, is that it kind of sounds like it'll take the fun out of it for you because you'll fall behind. Which, I can kind of see it. However, I do feel like Bozja did this a little bit better than Eureka. So, in Eureka, if you have, like, maxed out, max level, and all the good gear, you can sort of, like, power boost, power level your friends in the various zones in some way or another. In Bozja, in a way, if you actually have grinded it so much that you have all of those, like, stat boosts at the final stage that they added later down the line, just to be clear, then yes, you could probably boost a little bit better, but aside from, like, maybe a few essences giving you a slight upper hand, you could do those things right when you entered Bozja. Like, most of the things that people would be capable of doing, you could do at the start. You just needed to know how to. Like, it was more like a knowledge and skill thing rather than a you're too powerful now. Indeed, Bozja still has the potential that, like, you can mega power boost with the correct items. It's just like, that's usually something people use more in, like specifically Delubrum Regine Savage and things like that. So we'll see what it'll be like. But I can understand the concern of falling behind. And then feeling like, oh, everyone already did the things. Especially if you really like doing something, like, for the first time with everyone else and things like that. But there's unfortunately, there's not much you can do on that. There's nobody in Bozja? Well, sometimes there's people in Bozja. But fair point. But you'd have to be very far behind for that to become a problem, Campfire King. And I also just want to remind you that Zadnor was added, like, I think, like, the next raid tier. So you would have to be supremely slow at this to miss that window. So I don't think you have to worry about that. I think also the reason why Bozja only had 2 zones instead of 4 is because they realized that this was a problem. To have too many zones. Hey Freezy Lemon, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think the game plan is, I think we'll just while we just hang out and talk, I think maybe with that what do we need for that? Let me just see. I believe my Paladin weapon is on the stage where you need these bombard cores and sacred spring water. Let me see if we can do that. Hey Jules, hope you're doing well. Well, we finished the weapon, so now we're looking at what else to do. It's either between Atma farming or try and finish my Paladin weapon while we're here. My Paladin, a Realm Reborn weapon. Nope, that's not it. This, and this. Do we have enough of the things? We do. We just need one of the other items, one of each. And yes, that is still accurate, Tatsumi. Generally speaking, if you want to be absolutely sure, like the stat priorities that I give are like general guidance. A lot of people just rely on best in slot sets from the balance, for instance. Do we actually have what it takes to finish this weapon if we start it? Come to think of it. The very last step requires, I believe, 600 poetics. Does that sound right? Because in that case, we could do that. Do finish the A Realm Reborn Paladin relic weapon, Nox. I know a guy who could help you with Poetics. His name is Gaius. I think we have enough. That's what I mean. I think we do. Let's see. That could be neat. And here it has a big shield. And that looks about right, Tatsumi. Did I read that wrong? Did I read that wrong? Where is Merchant and Mender? Right, the hammer, obviously. the random guy over here. It's you, right? What is scavenged gear? Ah. Interesting. If you want to look a little broken, there you go. Yeah, there is something funny about the Realm Reborn relics costing 400k, especially based on what I heard about the economy of a Realm Reborn. Where because materia was so much more, like, valuable, a grade 4 materia could really, really cost a lot. Meanwhile, the relic is like, yep, just pay here. With the money you definitely have after all that. Next, we go to a market board. Hello! And we need... one of those. One of those. Someone is gonna have a nice profit today. You know, it would be perfectly classic me if one of the items was not on sale. And I know, someone's probably gonna go, why don't you check if it's cheap on a different data center or world? And I'm just saying, I can't be bothered. It's cheap enough for me. It's cheap enough for me. I can afford it. I can take this hit. I teleported like 8 times for a quest. Why not craft it yourself? Oh man, I am very lazy. I would also say the materials for them. I do recall last time we did this that someone stated that the price of some of these items were low enough that they weren't even sure if the person selling them was even going to turn a profit. Because you have to, like, Desynth things and whatnot, and those things you need to buy. So... Exactly, Raymond. The Desynth items come from a vendor. You buy the thing and Desynth it, and then maybe you get it. I don't know if it's not maybe anymore, but if it's not maybe, that would certainly save you some time. Or some money, at least. Possibly. No level required. I mean... I'd probably be fine. The problem is the maybe. Like, basically, would you like to pay 50k now and just be done with it? Or would you like to pay some money and maybe save a little bit of money? But you might not at all save time. And I'm like, I'll just pay the 50k and be done with it. In fairness, Nasia, it's not very obvious that that's even something you can do. Excuse me, where is Swift Perch? Oh, there, he's behind the Aetherite. I was like, why does it keep sending me to the wrong map? 90% of gamblers quit before they hit it big, guy. Well, sometimes they do that because they run out of cash. You know, Campfire King, I actually have, I think, 2 of those. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see, we don't need this one. Thank you, Ardell. Oh, I don't know if this specifically is jank, but it's definitely something where it's like look at this. Just pay attention to my cursor for a moment. Just cursor, just cursor, just cursor, just cursor, just cursor. Turns into a pointing finger because you can click on it. Turns into a pointing finger because you can click on it. Switch. Cursor. Pointy finger. Like, that's the only thing they use to tell you that there's something here you can click on. They never tell you, as far as I know at least, that you can do this. So it's a little funny. Like, they could definitely have made it a little bit more clear that you can do that. But they, like, at least they tried. Like, they tried a little bit. Like, specifically when you mouse over the crafters, they light up like a button. But there's nothing else in this menu that works exactly like that. So it's a little funny. Like, they could have just added a button down here. Actually, yeah, Freezy Lemon beat me to it. Why not put a button there that says desynthesis information? Right, we have all the dungeons to do. Do I need to use the weapon for that? I don't think I do. I'm pretty sure you can just boink them on... It's not a trial, it's dungeons. You can just bonk them and on the head and it works. Let's try. I'm pretty sure you don't even need to have the weapons equipped for this specific step. You Because they're not asking you to, like, empower your weapon or anything. They're just saying, do the dungeon and get a thingy. Yeah, exactly. We're doing a little experiment here. Because it does say. And the main reason why I even care about it is because when I was here as Black Mage, I could pretty much one-shot everything just fine. It's a little harder with a bad weapon as Paladin. Doink. In fairness, Nox, I think... I don't know why it's an experiment would be blocked. But maybe there was a lot of comments, so YouTube decided to pick and choose which ones it thinks goes in the top chat. I don't know. I have no idea how all that works. But for some reason, the overlay can only be top chat, as opposed to live chat. If you feel like you're missing out on some messages in the stream chat sometimes, it's probably because you don't have it set to live chat. Oh! Oh. Yeah. The live chat sometimes blocks the most random things. Or rather, the top chat does. On the one hand, it makes it impossible to really play around it because you have no idea what it's looking for. On the other hand, makes it really hard to please it because you have no idea what it's looking for. I should have used intervene for that. Now I'm losing time to running. Ah, the speedrun optimization. But yeah, just speaking of the UX thing, I feel like it's actually surprisingly often that this comes up. That Final Fantasy XIV has a... It's not that good at making the UI super intuitive. So I will say fair enough to that. I'll say fair enough to that. They could probably have done that better. I'm also not the greatest fan of menus and menus and menus. But I hear it's very popular on JP, so maybe that's why. Yeah, exactly, Nazir. I basically was just about to say that. We don't say bad UI, we say JP style. Thank you, Aerodil. Doink. Yep, we got the thing. Fantastic. Now we need a Veil Bubo. All these max level dungeons, and then randomly Aurum Vale is like, hey yo, I'm here too. No! I needed that dash. What a jerk. Why? You reset. You just ate my dash. I've heard that it is pretty effective, Jojo Mojo, but it definitely has the small problem that it is a dungeon, and I'm pretty sure if you can one-shot an extreme, that's better. The main problem with Aurum Vale is it ticks towards your 100 duty limit for the day. Whereas Ifrit Extreme, as far as I know, doesn't. So, I would actually say, like, if you're doing something weird, like trying to do one whole relic from start to finish in a single day, then do not use a dungeon for something that you could do with a trial. Because trials, apparently, do not count towards this limit from what my testing has shown. Nice, Herodil. He just wanted to eat you. But I don't want to be eaten by a Nyx. But yeah, there is a duty limit of 100. And I believe the thing that makes it really strange is that as far as I know, if you hit the limit, then you cannot queue for any duty. Not even duties that don't count towards the limit. Tatsumi, it is only for the current raid tier and it is per boss. The Savage version has a completely different set of rules. I believe I go over it in some of my Savage starter guides on the channel. What do you mean, Nox? That was funny. So the way normal raids work, Tatsumi, is that you can win one item per boss per week. Until they lift the weekly limit, which happens at some point in the raid tier typically. For Savage, instead, killing the act of killing the boss spent your loot opportunity. And if you win something, great. If you don't, too bad. Like, you don't get a second try. And all of the Savage bosses do not drop enough loot for everyone, as opposed to the normal ones that do drop enough gear for everyone. But it might not drop enough of the particular item that people want. But if you don't win the item you want, you can just pass on everything else and go again until you win it, to make sure you win the item you want. But you can't do that on Savage. On Savage, you kill the boss, loot drops, you win or lose, that's it. And if you try again while you've already spent your opportunity for the week in Savage, you will actually affect the amount of loot that is there. If 1 to 4 players already got the loot from a specific Savage boss for the week, then only half as much loot will be there. And if 5 to 8 players already got loot from it, then nothing drops. So they really made sure that that there isn't much incentive to farm it like that. Well, the Sticky Tongue is the action the frog used, so it was contextually relevant. What? A food joke? We're missing out on a food joke. Hello? Is it a tank in a donut? We were talking about frogs. True. I also say, if you cannot one-shot Ifrit, depending on what job you're doing your light farm on, other options might work. And given we're doing this on Paladin, I might show off that option. The option being, when I did the first light farm on Paladin, I did it in Thornmarsh. Because if you miss the timing, it only takes like 10 seconds longer. And the initial clear itself takes like 16 seconds. It's not as amazing as Ifrit's like 8. But it's something that a Paladin can do with the weapon equipped. What's your favorite food that is native to your culture? What is native to my culture? I don't know, frikadelle? Straight up just some sort of meatball? I don't know. That is a hard question. Hey, Lightning Bolt. Hope you're doing well. I might have done something wrong, Lightning Bolt, but I at least experienced that Paladin with the weapon equipped can't reliably insta-kill Ifrit Extreme. Because the thing is, you need to insta-kill it, like that. Otherwise, it takes like a minute longer. Well, not quite like a snap of the finger amount of damage, but you have like 2 or 3 GCDs, I think. And if you do just the wrong amount of damage, Ifrit also has a trigger if he drops below a certain amount of HP, where he'll skip to the invuln even faster. It's really weird. Doo-doo-doo. 2 GCDs and a weave? Hmm. By random chance, I managed, because I wasn't even looking, by random chance I managed to do the one that I wanted to hand in while I was here. Oh boy. This one might actually be difficult. Hey Dinky, hope you're doing well. Also hope you're doing well, Lightning Bolt. Anyone else that I might have missed? Yeah, exactly, Nox. That was what I was thinking about is, well, technically you don't have to use the cannon. The main reason why that's helpful to know is that the cannon might be really inconvenient sometimes. I tried to finish it with Goring Blade, but my Goring Blade ready ran out the moment I tried to do it. It could be worse. It reminds me of old style Black Mage trying to do fire starter tricks, but then the buff runs out exactly as you committed. So you're like, well, what do I do now? Stab. Light. Hey Caesar, hope you're doing well. I cast gun. And then I cast gun again. Actually, let me just check something. Oh! Okay! I wasn't sure an actual normal stun was gonna work. Well, fantastic! I just kick it in the face. Problem solved. Who needs a cannon? Easy. Yeah, exactly, Dinky. That's what I'm thinking. Wasn't that always an option? I was expecting, like, you saw that I was running back to the cannon just in case it wasn't going to work. And then it worked. Like, oh. Huh. I forgot the key. With that pace, you could have also just let it resolve that move. Probably. The reason why I would be afraid of that, Ham, is because I'm pretty sure if the other characters in that fight die, it auto-resets. So just because I can take it, doesn't mean that it's a good idea. Hey, loser! Exactly, Game Viking. Thank you for the super chat. I'd be surprised if someone ran up and drop kicked the whole dragon. Yeah. That is a very, very solid point. I don't know, Ham. I like, that's the thing. That is something that I think I've mentioned sometimes in regards to tanks that get a little overly cautious and scared of their party taking a hit every now and then. Like, for instance, tanks that sometimes get like overly protective and don't want their DPS to even take a single hit while they're rounding up mobs. Is like, don't worry, they can take a hit. But how would you know that? You know that by seeing them take a hit and go, oh, they didn't fold like sand, like tinfoil. Why would I say? I was about to say sandpaper. Does sandpaper fold well? Does it? Hey, welcome to the Cult of the Pinkness here. Thank you so much for the support, and I hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you. Exactly, you can fold sandpaper, but it doesn't fold well. That's... I guess not. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Fold like sandpaper? And because I don't know how much those NPCs can take, I'm just not gonna risk it. That's awesome to see you. Thank you so much. Splat. Yeah, exactly, discount support. Exactly. The real problem is when they run away with it. But then, like, what can you do? Jose Quasari, hope you're doing well. Honk. About as flexible as cardboard. Yeah, that's not super easy to fold, but you can, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of how we ended up in this situation as well, Kosari. We apparently, with all the things already taken care of, it took like 2 hours to finish what was remaining of the Heavensward Relic weapon. So now we're just... I'm just trying to finish a Paladin Relic weapon that we had going anyway. Because it was... I mean... There's this farm, and then there's, I believe, a light farm. I think we can do that tonight. Lower grit sandpaper is harder to fold than higher grit. Huh. The more you know. Void Weave. Deliver the requested goods to Guiding Star. I think, aren't all the NPCs just straight up in Madonna? Does Kai remember? No, he does not. I think there's some of them where we actually have to visit the guy, one of the people near Mutamix. Oh, nice, Kasari. Congratulations. There it is. The shroomy cloud storm that is the first half of Lost City of Amdapor. I've never noticed that before. It's just, speaking of shroomy cloud storm, am I right? I've never noticed those before. I guess I just never looked up. A whole different kind of clouds, mushroom cloud. Okay, hope you're doing well. The unidentified flying mushroom. And this is a mimic. Doink. The old adage is true. Gamers don't look up. In fairness, in a game like this... Oh, that is actually an incredibly good idea. Imagine if they made, like, the next ultimate, they hide something crucial way up high so that you won't notice unless you tip your camera and look for it. Imagine. Cases, did you specifically pull the Mimic but not the other one? I specifically hit the Mimic one because I wanted to show that I knew exactly which one was the Mimic. What if you zoom out far enough? No, it has to be like how I noticed the floating mushes because I tipped the camera like this. Went, huh. It would be funny, just like specifically the reason why I said an ultimate is because it's more likely in the ultimates that they put something super obscure like that in the fight and just go, well, you figure it out. Whereas it would be strangely meaner in Savage, for instance, because it's normally not... It feels like there's a chest missing. Exactly, Kwasari. It would be nicely nasty. Just mean enough that you're like, wow, really? Why is that one guy tethered to those pillars? I thought it was like invulnerable or something. Designated looking up player. Yeah. Yeah, probably. It says give it region. Oh. I was certain it would make it like invulnerable or super tanky. It never occurred to me that it just healed it. I never bothered to try fighting. I just assumed that the tethers meant don't hit it. Yeah, exactly. See, Ham, you've got it. You can only see where in the arena you specifically have to stand by looking up. Every player sees something different, so everyone has to do it. Now, this is now we're cooking with gas. Squawk. Intruders, twams, squawk. Caitlin, I believe if you have changed something, like if you're not playing on the same PC as you did last time and you didn't move the character information from like the Final Fantasy XIV folders and such, then some of this kind of information is actually saved locally for some reason. So if you don't check them and you use options in the game like, I think it's called eye search, it will not be accurate because it does not know what's in those spaces. And if you didn't look to update it on it, then it will never know. Something like that. I don't know why I used Holy Spirit for that. Hope you don't show up in an alliance raid later. And hopefully you haven't gone to the gym when you do. I search is a local function. I don't know if it's necessarily a local function, but I believe it checks the items based on what your PC knows. And if it doesn't know what's there, then it couldn't possibly tell you. Final Fantasy XIV is weird about these things sometimes. Then I don't know, Caitlin. This guy has perfected the I wasn't finished move. No more games. Yeah, don't interrupt me. I wasn't finished. I need to do my mechanics. That's basically the main, like the big three primals as well. If you don't kill them immediately, then they'll be like, I'm just gonna head out and do my thing. And each time I come back with invulnerability just to make sure you don't stop me in the middle. You sly dog! You almost had me monologuing. Bam! Hast him. Yeah, that's a good point, Kay. I think that's true. Every single one has something. Which is exactly the reason why the ones that we pick to like quickly solo are exactly the ones that you're reasonably likely to insta-kill. Or a Mortar and Pestle? Well, incidentally, I have exactly that. Isn't that strange? And a bombard core and sacred spring water? Weird that I have that. Does the ultimate weapon have one? Oh yeah, he doesn't. He does not. But I believe he also doesn't. Does he count as an extreme for these like relic grinds? Congratulations, Caitlin. Does that mean you're halfway through? Oh, actually, I should grab this quest again. Although maybe hide it for now so I don't get too confused. Speaking of confused. What? Okay, apparently I can't pick that one up because I have a different quest. Almost halfway then. Hello. Doink. Congratulations, Kay. Which one is your last mage class? White mage? Really? That's oddly surprising. Ow. AAI? What's that? Oh, right. I'm gonna raise you to it. Right, Ace Attorney. Right. The lawyer game. I know Aerodel also really enjoys Ace Attorney. I also think it's interesting, I've just never played it. That mob is independent of the boss? The one floating over to where the boss spawns? Yeah, that is funny. I imagine it's because like they're basically just setting it up as like a quote-unquote animation. As you said, it's not the boss going over and then turning around. The boss despawns and then respawns. So if you somehow could delay it on its path, it would just be there, the boss would spawn, and then the runner would just disappear. An enemy appears. Where? Boink. Ah, he almost had us. He tripped. Yeah. Like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Whoops. It could be engine limitations. It's also possible that at the time that was the easiest way to do it. Did you know that these platforms take 20 seconds to finish? 10 if there's 2 players standing in them. But they still take 10 if there's 3 or 4 players standing in them. The only platform that is different from all the other ones is the very first one at the start of the dungeon that is significantly bigger, which takes 40 seconds to open, divided by the amount of players. Meaning it takes 10 if everyone is actually participating. But that does mean that if you can do some party coordination, you only need to have 2 players in each of the platforms throughout the dungeon. I made a Mythbuster video on that a while back. Caitlin says, oh, maybe it was because I reset one of my retainers to be a fisherman? Maybe? You know, that wouldn't surprise me, Nox. Because I'm pretty sure that one is the same one where, where I put the spell speed tank shenanigans. I'm pretty sure. Thank you, Erdil. And I imagine a lot of people clicked on it for that. Not so much the male Darkhold shenanigans. What? Spell speed increases healing on a Gunbreaker? Meow. And stabbies. I never noticed that there was a treasure coffer up there. Discovering a lot of things by tipping the camera tonight. Speaking of discovering, I always forget about those gliders getting in the way, and now we lost time. It's all up. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Again, for anyone who tuned in the middle, the reason why we're doing Paladin, A Realm Reborn stuff is because we finished the Black Mage Heavensward Relic already, and we finished so soon that I'm like, I could finish one more relic I have ongoing. I'm glad to hear that, Nasir. And I have exactly just recently started picking up that stuff again. That stuff, of course, being Mythbuster videos. Do. Stop clocks. Grizzly fist. Thank you, Nasir. I have a feeling that sometimes with those like more like informational videos like that, where there's like maybe a little bit much, that sometimes people will find it easier to watch them if it's something they actually do kind of know, because then it's like, you know, a little bit like putting on a movie you've already seen. Whether that's good or bad depends on the person. Doink. Surprise! From the top bridge with a rain of blades. Doink. The side gate. Exactly, Nox. Exactly. Do you want to do you want me to open this gate? What do you think? Yes. I would in fact. Like, would you like to use the key to open the door that leads you forward to the next room? Which is the only way for you to clear this dungeon? No, actually. I'd rather just hang out here. Yo, that's a good point, Nazir. That's like also one of those like, it is like a minor thing in most cases, but it does add up, and it does make the difference. Sometimes makes the difference between a pull going sideways when you have a group that might not be as solid. So just knowing to be able to do those things helps a ton. I just want to chill, thanks. I'm just gonna hang out, I guess. Imagine, like, it asks you once, and if you say no, it just disappears. You can't change your mind. You have to redo the dungeon. You click no. At least they don't ask you if you want to pick up the key forward anymore. I feel like these days they rarely give you a key or something to open in newer dungeons. Yeah, it is pretty funny. The Guildhest Mentor Hell was a pretty funny twist that, like, that's the thing, is when I do a set of mental roulettes and nothing happens. Like, how do you make that an interesting video? But I've actually realized that, you know what's, like, in terms of entertainment factor, you know what's worse than getting like 27, 28 guild tests in a row? Let's say you get like 10, 12, even 15, like, I don't know, leveling dungeons, and everything goes perfectly. Like, every group is just nothing to talk about. So just like, I don't know, I'll talk about the mechanics of the bosses or something. Or tips for how to optimize the job I happen to be playing and so on. Because if there's nothing happening in the actual duty, then I'll just be like, well, nothing's happening, so there's nothing to say. Yeah, exactly. How will I make 10 back-to-back Sastasha runs interesting? And every run is with players that are playing perfectly. So there's nothing to say. It's just, oh. But those are the kinds of groups. Like, I have had people sometimes say that I'm being a little bit pedantic with my advice when I'm like, oh, the tank didn't use sprint perfectly. Like, if I'm saying that the one thing that I could pick up and be like, that wasn't perfect, was you didn't sprint optimally, I usually also say that they played really, really well. Because if that's what I have to say, then it probably means that there was nothing to talk about. It's like, well, this Paladin, or this tank, played perfectly. But they could have used sprint slightly better. Yeah, and about 3 minutes into the fourth run, the bard could have taken the corner more sharply so we could gain 1.5 seconds. You know what? If I have a mental roulette set where actually nothing happens, I might actually just do that. Like, just call it like the supremely pedantic run. Or the supremely pedantic mental roulette. Where I just, like, point out the absolute most irrelevant, minuscule things. Like, yeah, I mean, they didn't run in a perfect straight line. The tank didn't use sprint perfectly on cooldown. They didn't use They were half a second late. I'm pretty sure I counted the time. They could have used inner release half a second earlier, but they didn't. Healer wasted too much time healing. Healer casted a single healing spell, and I'm pretty sure they didn't have to. This samurai didn't auto-attack the mobs with the most HP while AoEing. Nox's 6th perfect run in a row, you start reading a Danish bedtime story. That sounds pretty funny as well. I'm just like, you know what? You don't need me here. Let me... And like just rummaging noises, and then I just start reading something in Danish. Yeah, unimpressed Asian dad, the mental roulette. Yeah, 9 Sastasha and a guild test. And for the guild test part, we slowed down the footage so that I can, in excruciating detail, explain how perfectly everyone played. I even give the play-by-play, like, actually, like, I slow it down so much that I can announce exactly what action every player is doing at every point. Like some sort of strange commentator. Thank you for the hit, Pat K. I need those. But that is actually a really good idea. I think I have mentioned that it can, as I said earlier, it can be really difficult to make a mental roulette set interesting if nothing happens, and that can happen for like, sometimes with tanks and healer sets. You just run into the situation that you just get 10 leveling roulettes and nothing particularly interesting happens. So having ideas for how to make that entertaining is great. A healer video would give that someday. I'm actually pretty sure. I believe I had a Sage set a while back, where I actually got like, I think I got 10 duties in a row where none of them were above level 50. And for this run, nothing happened, so let's see. Starts reading the newspaper. I just start reading the most recent patch notes. Sounds miserable for Sage. It wasn't too bad, but let's just say that landing in like sub 30 dungeons, that's rough. That is rough. You're like, you don't have a dot. You don't actually have any instant casts. So the only thing you can do is cast doses, pretty much. You could finally become a drama channel. Oh boy. That's awesome, Sally. I hope it goes well. Is it a job you're interested in? Or is it just a job? I will say I can find some entertainment value in low-level rotations on most jobs. I'm just saying, I can find something to optimize and have fun with Sage in like a level 20 dungeon. I can do that. The problem is that, like, I can do that for a couple of them. But if you just keep giving me those, then at some point I'll run out of things to I'll be like, yeah, I did the same thing as in the last dungeon. What do you think? What did you expect? Obviously I did the same thing as in the last dungeon. Which is where the problems would arrive, which is why it would be a little awkward if you get like 10 dungeons when nothing happens in a row. Like, one of my best things to go on a tirade about when nothing is particularly, nothing particularly interesting happened in a duty, is I'll just start rambling about how to optimize the job for a specific duty or level range. Like, I heard some people were very much appreciated my on the move stuff for Summoner in a somewhat recent Summoner mental roulette. That wasn't necessarily like I have nothing to talk about. That was just like, that is something that I could bring up if I had nothing to talk about. I forgot one. Hey, Malediction, hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly. Viper at low level, it has an extremely simple rotation, but somehow it kind of works. It kind of works. So in the most recent patch, they reduced the reduction. Let's talk about why no one knows what that means. Hey Emir, hope you're doing well. We finished the Black Mage Relic. So I went back and started on finishing my Realm Reborn Paladin Relic, because I'm pretty sure we can do that in this stream. That's the reason. It took like 2 hours to do what remained of the Black Mage Relic. So we had a lot of time. It's just a job. Fair enough, silly. But hey, it is a job. Yeah, this person knew me. Bloop. I don't think I've ever done that exactly, Nox, where it's just the only thing that stood out was that someone knew me, but sometimes it's like if it's a guild test, that's usually what happens. We did the duty and that person knew me. Anyway, what do you think happened? I just saw this one, Kay saying nothing to talk about in the mental roulette, so Kai just goes into Danish ASMR. That would certainly be a new one. Just out of nowhere. It's Danish ASMR with a steel chair. No one saw it coming. That would be strange. It also reminds me of the MSQ roulette, where nothing happens means that we talk about jobs as Pokemon. That that pretty much only fizzled out because so consistently there was always something wacky happening in the MSQ roulettes, so that I actually did have something to talk about. Jules, were you playing against Caitlyn? It says, wasn't it Praetorium special to do the Pokemon thing? I guess so. I think the reason was that usually when I got Castrum Meridianum, there was a little thing to talk about usually. And with Porta de Comana, most of the time I would get Porta de Comana as a healer. So I would start talking about how to optimize your healing. And then with Praetorium, it usually was so long that it kind of felt bad to just not talk about anything. So I would then talk about, like, what if this job was a Pokemon? So I think you might be right that that basically became a Praetorium-specific thing. Pray return to the jobs as Pokemon discussion. I would probably get back to it. Eventually. I feel like that part of the problem is also that the jobs that land in MSQ Roulette, and specifically Praetorium, tends to be the same ones. So it's like, yeah, I've already talked about this job. And it would be weird to just bring out like a totally random job. And just be like, oh, while we're doing Mentor Roulette as, I don't know, Gunbreaker, I'll be like, well, we already talked about if Gunbreaker was a Pokemon, so what if we talked about if Summoner was one? They're the Pokemon trainer, obviously, so. But what type would they be? How would they work? Psychic Dragon? I could see that. Summon as a Rotom? Different types? Yeah, that could also work. You could turn the Wheel of Jobs who hasn't been typed to fill the spreadsheet. Oh yeah. That would be a way to do it. Just go, well, we haven't talked about, like, let's find a job we haven't talked about. Hey, Kraken Mo. Hope you're doing well. And that's true. That is also a way to do it. Just talk about a job that happens to be in the group. That's a good idea. Dark Knight would be Steel Psychic. Would it? I feel like most people would probably say that Dark Knight would be weird if it's not at least Dark type. And a thing that I also remember from bringing it up in the past is that a lot of people would disagree if you say that tanks have to be Steel type. Like a pretty good one that I've heard is Warrior as Rock fighting, or I have myself suggested that ground and fire types are also reasonably good matches for Warrior. Like to the point that you could come up with different designs based on like, well, if it was these types, then it would probably be this kind of Pokemon. If it was these types with this kind. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be a wall because it is a tank, because it's a tank job. Steel is the most defensive type, though. Correct. But when I'm thinking of these ideas of what types the jobs would be, I'm half thinking of like maybe a moveset that would make sense, like some sort of idea of how to make it like competitive in some way. But in the other half, I'm also thinking what would actually make sense. Among the 4 tanks, are they all so aligned with the steel typing that they need to have it? Like, I could see Paladin as a steel fairy type, because fairy is, like, often the closest we get to, like, a light type. And Paladin has all those swords they summon, so it would make sense for it to be steel type. But I've also heard people suggest that it could be steel psychic, with the psychic just being stand-in for magic. I don't know why I took this path. I don't need this minion. Paladin and Dark Knight are the only tanks that should be steel. What types should Gunbreaker be? I was really hoping I could shoot it from over there. Alas, I cannot. Hey Zip Zap, hope you're doing well. Firefighting for Gunbreaker? Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, see, that is exactly the problem with the steel typing for tanks. Is also that it's like when I really think about it, what would be the argument for why Gunbreaker has to be steel? One half of it is, well, they use a sword, I guess. Another one is that I feel like it's more likely that someone that uses a gun would be steel type, possibly, but not necessarily. Jose Big V, hope you're doing well. And Hobo's son, hope you're doing well as well. That is a Hildebrand profile picture, is it not? It just respawned. I am once again surprised by how many dungeons they require you to run for this quest. Or for this step. Rockfire, curse Heart of Corundum. That could also work. I think some of the most strangest ones is if there's like a huge overabundance of types. Like exactly with Summoner, it's like they should probably have Dragon, because it would make sense for them to have like Flying type because they have Garuda. It would make sense for them to have Fire type for Ifrit. I don't know if Rock or Ground or it's and Ground for Titan, but you just like, with the limitations of Pokemon games, you can't have all of them. Either Summoner would have to have some sort of a special ability that allows it to switch between them, or it'll just have to be like, for instance, Dragon. That kinda works as a little bit of everything, right? Another one, I think I brought this one up in my videos actually, was Black Mage, where I said make it fire and electric type, as in not ice type, and then give it no, wait. Yeah, I do believe that was what I said. And then give it adaptability. You could also alternatively make it 2 of the 3 types and then just give it an ability that makes the 3rd type also have same type attack bonus, so they're all equal. Give it a fake 3rd type like Delmise? Yeah, exactly, that's also a way to do it. Fire and Ice, fake electric? Yeah, that could work. The main reason why my mind went to make it fire and electric is because the general idea with Black Mage is the ice spells kind of suck. So, like, you could make it so that it's like, it learns really good fire moves. And it learns, like, Thunderbolt or something. And then it learns really good ice moves. But it's not an ice type. So by virtue of having that combination, its fire moves are going to hit extremely hard, its thunder moves are going to hit pretty hard, and its ice moves are going to be like, eh. That's also a way a Maledictio. Black Mage is just straight up Porygon Z. You just give it try attack. There you go. Where do you get this gym badge? That's my summoner crystal. Black Mage has an ability that makes its moves hit harder with each subsequent usage in a row, but it uses double PP. Isn't there an item that does that? I think it's called Metronome or something? No, that's also a move, by the way, I'm aware. I believe there is an item called Metronome that specifically makes it so that if you use the same move twice in a row, it does more damage. Black Mage needs tanking gear. Yeah, that's true, Sally. I was more thinking that that could stack with such an ability. I'll say, Steve, hope you're doing well. Yeah, once again, the reason why we're here as Paladin in our Realm Reborn stuff and instead of Heavensward is because we actually finished the Heavensward Relic so fast that there was plenty of time to spare. So I'm trying to finish another relic that we had on hand. And then I was reminded that this takes a while. Da, da, da. Campfire King says, here's my idea for Summoner. It's Mono Psychic, but its secondary type changes every time it uses a signature attack. That's also a good idea. Oh boy. What is it again? Once we've finished collecting all these things, we just go back? Question mark? That's also true, Kraken Mo. This could technically be like, quote-unquote, the start of another Heavensward Relic weapon. Just give me the quest again. I'll probably do these things again. What about Blue Mage? That is a difficult one. Yeah, that is probably true. Blue Mage is probably the closest we get to... that's straight up just Ditto. Or Smeargle, that could also work for... Actually, Blue Mage as Smeargle also works really well. Because Smeargle actually has to see someone use the move to copy it and learn it. Which is exactly what Blue Mage does. I would have said Mew, but it has to be in a context where it would be able to learn Smeargle's sketch. Because Smeargle's stat line is still kind of specializes it in a weird way. I did the thing, mister. Enhance. Enhance. Yeah, that is a good point. It could have, like, I would imagine whatever Blue Mage is, it would definitely have the action, well, actually the skill, the specific attack that Smeargle has, Sketch, to, like, copy moves. It doesn't have to be a Smeargle. It doesn't have to be a normal type. Awesome, Nox. I'm glad to hear that, Nasir. Thank you. Charlie and Man being yelled at to enhance by order. Thank you for the super chat, Game King. Enhance! Now, what is it we do next? Do I need to pick up a quest? I can't remember. Do I just go there? So that sucks, Caitlin. Come on. Oh. Right, and we have to have it equipped, right? That actually looks really nice. Very cool. Oh, hey, Nox. We're finishing up an extra relic weapon from A Realm Reborn. Would look better in pink. I would probably dye it pink once we finish the last step. Do you want to help, or did you just want to hang out? It's perfectly fine if you just wanted to hang out. You can do both. Well, it kind of depends on whether we can insta-kill Ifrit what we do. Let's try that. Do you want to be a different job? Guess that also works. Yeah, that's spicy. That's a little scary. That's not reliable. Yeah, exactly, Sally. The problem is timing it. Who this? Oh, it is Nasir. It's only if you want to, Shaq. I'll manage. But if people want to join and help, that's perfectly fine with me. Right. I think we have enough firepower then. Was it 4 each? How many was it each? Was it 3? Yep. Just 3. Yeah, that was what I was thinking as well, Shaq. But I do appreciate the offer. You have enough tomes? I'm pretty sure I do. I don't even get to do anything. I can't attack fast enough. I just look like I'm helping. I believe it's 50 per. So we should have enough. It's incredible it gives you the whole spiel each time. But, considering that I was just like, is this how you do it? I feel like it's fair that they explain it. I do find it interesting, though, this game that feels like it's so structured and dictated by quests and objectives to do things. Like, all the way back in the Realm Reborn, they have this relic weapon quest chain where you, essentially, you just unlock the privilege to do things, and the things have always been there. You can just do it now. Like, Raymond is just there. And the question is whether you have done the things necessary for him to be able to help you. It does make things a lot more feel a lot more convoluted and confusing. Especially if you didn't pay attention. But it also does make the game feel a little bit more like a world and a little bit less like a game. You know what I mean? Could at least let Ifrit hit you once just so his confidence doesn't get shattered. I think it is already shattered. It's only like a couple weeks ago. Uh-oh. Well, speaking of confidence, we'll let him have a turn. It's only a couple of weeks ago that we basically did exactly this. He's really excited. Like, no one ever lets me have a turn. Yeah! Also true, GL. Some of the steps are definitely more convoluted than they need to be. I think that there was also the specific step where they say that there is a very high chance of the relic being lost if you do it, and you can say no. But if you actually do say no, they'll do it anyway, and there's not a chance of failure. Like, they really went ham with the memes. But yeah, that was exactly like, that was what I was thinking with that step, is that even though the chance was 100%, even though they said it wasn't, I am certain some players went, wait, no, then I don't want to. I don't want to risk this. This weapon is fine then. And then got told, no, you can't. We're doing it anyway. It's like the double meme. They did it again with the skip the first step in Heavensward. I'm pretty sure that there you're actually allowed to say no. Like, I'm pretty sure you can actually say no there, but can you not? I can imagine in actual A Realm Reborn, when this final step was a thing, there would be like a pile of players just there, queuing for stuff. You can say no, but they do it might not work bit again. Ah, right. I mean, right there near the end, when we had to give a node thingies, it also said that it reduced, I believe that it was to reduce the failure rate from 75% to 0.0000001%. And that was good enough. Of course. But imagine if they actually programmed in that chance of failure. And someone, somewhere is like, no, seriously, I did it, and then it just deleted my relic, and I had to take it back from the start. And no one believes them because no one else ever experienced it. That would be evil. Bloop. Yeah, at that point you'd go, I didn't want the relic anyway. That's true. Whatever. Guess it just wasn't my destiny to have this. The relic didn't want you. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask? Did you ask the relic for consent? It has awoken, fully awoken with a sense of juxtaposition. Is that helpful for a weapon? Is that something a weapon needs in its life? A feeling of juxtaposition? Or a sense of, I guess? Yeah, apparently. I guess so. He's the genius. He's the master. He'd know. Exactly, Dinky. Juxtaposition to what? Just juxtaposition in general. Juxtaposition to crit chance. I don't think my weapon actually has crit chance. Nope. They were expensive, so I said no. I don't need it. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to use it for combat. Not really. Ifrit just keeps going, why are you here again? You don't even take the loot. Why? Ah, you finally are out. We meet again. Now, this time I shall... Ow. And now we're giving the weapon a sense of perception. Ah, you have returned. Time for my revenge. I will... Ow. Nice one, Aurelia. Hope you're having fun with it. Casually committing crimes against Clive Rossfield. Oof. Thank you for the super chat, Game by King. It's actually Clive each time. It's perceiving the juxtaposition. Six faded circles go brrr. Oh yeah. It gets even more fun to do things like that once you get faded brand. Wouldn't it be funny if after doing it a couple times suddenly a free boost to level 1000 boss? That reminds me of a sense of causation. That reminds me of, isn't there something with, I think it was Witcher 3, where if you farm cows or something, you suddenly get ganked by some monster, which they added into the game to for the memes because it was a really good grinding strategy or something. Remembering to hit Gnashing outside of no mercy is a bit of a Homer Simpson's moment. You know what? Understandable. It can also get weird in a dungeon context when like it could slide a bit, right? Like it might suddenly not line up perfectly anymore. And then you're like, should I hold it so that it's certainly up for no mercy, or should I use it anyway? And then you end up not using it. Or maybe you do. It's now pulsing with a sense of recognition, so it can recognize the perceived juxtaposition and realize how ridiculous this is. We're almost there. We're building a sentence. Pulsing with mild bemusement. Fish. Fish. Ah, you finally arrive. A sense of conviction. You know what? That is actually something I could imagine that a weapon would need. Some conviction. We finally made it through the things and we're like, why? And landed on conviction. The bright side of that, Aurelia, is that Gunbreaker is certainly not the greatest hater of skill speed. Although, the fact that your skill speed is going to jump around a lot will be very confusing for making the most of your rotation. Probably. Ah! Finally! Ow! Ta-da! I don't talk with you anymore, right? Back to Mr. Man! Whee! Thank you for the help, Nasea. And Nox. Spell speed Paladin. Oh boy. Exactly, moral support. For this part, you need to have it in your inventory. Enhance! Would you think heirloom gear would be welcomed in Final Fantasy XIV? It would, probably, but I feel like the systems we have in place are fine. But it would probably not be denied. Steve says was clearing out one of my kitchen cupboards today and found a tub of celebration chocolates in there with use by date of 2016. Didn't fancy eating them. No? We have the sword! I have the power! Does it the whole cutscene? Yes, the whole cutscene plays like twice, but only Paladin. Because they get two things. Lizard. The final boss of Eureka authors? Wait, what? And thank you for the super chat, Campfire King. First time we actually hold the shield. Just the shield. That's not how you hold a shield. What if you're just showing it off? We're gonna need the replicas. Because those we can put in the glamour dresser. Now that's very, very pink. That's maybe... I think this is actually better. With just one dye channel for that. How about you? Nice. And you also look way... It's way too much. It's too much! It's too much! It's too much! And now... we do this. And this. And this. And this. Fantastic. Two relics finished in like 4 hours and a bit. Okay, technically we started on both outside of the stream, but and a bear. We also have a bear. Congratulations with that, Nox, by the way. Seraph says, I kid you not, I found my parents' 19 years old wedding cake on top of a wardrobe like a decade ago, and I was like, yo, Mom, look at this! Did it look edible? We have two bears. War bear protection. Yeah, actually, the knight with the sword and shield in the middle is actually the one that needs protection. It looked really, really dusty and rock hard, so it has developed into a weapon. It has evolved into weapon. Which relic is that? This is Excalibur Zeta. And Aegis Shield Zeta. Dyed neon pink, but only halfsies. I felt like painting the gold also neon pink was maybe a bit too much. Oh, the cake! Oh, that is a good question. What would you name the relic, Seraph? What relic is the cake? If it became a weapon, maybe it became a relic. Like this. Wedding cake Zeta? Pretty sure it was far less glowy. Okay, so just regular, I guess. Maybe it was just reusing the matte skin. Go black on the trimming? Maybe? Maybe something like this would match. But there is also gold on the armor that makes it not too weird. That was the reason why I didn't try it with white or something. Was exactly because I have some gold on my armor. Metallic pink, maybe? still feels like it's too much. It's a little too much. Oh, hi. The small orange. It was radioactive, now Seraph is glowing. Just by touching it. Steve says, if it was fruitcake, it would still be edible. Is fruitcake as a wedding cake common? That's a genuine question. I don't know. Can be. If it's all one color, it looks like a cheap plastic toy. Yeah. Sometimes the weapons just, like, really, really do that when you paint them pink in particular. In a UK wedding, it's very likely a fruitcake. We've acquired an additional mount. Some people had fruitcake as a base. Interesting. I don't know anything about weddings. So, you could tell me anything and I'd be like, oh, fascinating. Wait, what was this? Wild banana shoot. This is what happens after you've done all those dungeons for those quests, is that you're just... in the aftermath, you're like, what is this? What is all this? Like, why? But, like, Aurum Vale equipment, of course. Like, all of these pieces are from the dungeons. But sometimes you'll be like, what is this? I'm gonna make a smoothie. I can make a banana tree. With alchemy. All you need... all you need is 3 wild banana shoots, some growth formula delta concentrate, and some hummus. Bada bing, bada boom, pocket banana tree. Ready to plant at your house. Everyone knows this. Some banana shoots, some hummus, and some ice and lightning crystal clusters, that's true. And then you need growth formula delta concentrate. Now, what is that made of? Ah, yeah, well, I see the problem now. That's the reason why we don't have growth formula delta concentrate in the real world. Where would we find trillium bulbs? We have hummus. I'm sure we can find some blue and pink crystals. That'll work, right? I'm sure we can find some banana shoots. But we can't make the growth formula delta concentrate. Because what is a trillium bulb? But if you had all those things, you could just have a pocket banana tree. You're just walking down the street and then someone like threatens you with a knife and you're just like, pocket banana tree, and then you just spawn a banana tree in their face. Just block them with. It's not a very wide tree, so they'll probably just like, if they don't get scared and run away because they just got smacked by someone spawning a tree in their face, they'd probably just step around and be like, that's weird. Anyway, your money? Trillium is an IRL plant family. Oh. Well, what are we waiting for? Time to make some growth formula delta concentrates. Math Lizard does not have a degree in botany, it turns out. Exactly. I have no idea. I actually went into this, looked at all these items and thought which one was least likely to be a real thing. And I thought, well, it could be the plant. In that case, it must be the crystals. I suppose so. That must be it. I guess it's not good enough to find blue and pink crystals. Pull out the tree, and after it's grown, pull out some toy lions and watch the murder run, thinking they will grow too. Now that's cooking with gas. You just summon the totally unthreatening banana tree, and they're like, whoa! And then like you start pulling out something actually threatening that you can't make grow. But who's to say? Like, why? How would they know? Magic crystals are the real bottleneck. I was saying, Ravenous, hope you're doing well. I love going from 6 out of 9 Wondrous Tail stamps on track for 3 lines and end up with no lines by the 9th. Yeah. Yeah, I know that one. I've done that exact same thing where it's like, pretty likely you get 3 lines on 7 stickers. And then like the 2 last stickers are like, nope. And you're just like, what do you do against that? Nothing. You just remind her that Magic the Gathering decided to call it the Tome of Legend. And I guess the legend is that you're never gonna get 3 lines. But wouldn't it be funny to have a pocket banana tree? Yeah, shout at the sky yelling, damn you, Chloe! Curse you! Not again! The Tome of Lying? Krakenmel says, I feel like Pocket Banana Tree is reinventing Executor. In a way. So many cards. Only 3 freed cards this time. Although that is probably because they like last time I think we got like 12, but if I remember correctly, that's also because like we did 2 light farms in the same stream. Hey Goki, hope you're doing well. And Esfero, I hope you're doing well as well. Goki says, after using Teamcraft for so long, I forgot the game has a crafting tree window. In fairness, I'm pretty sure this window was something that was added either in Endwalker or like late mid Shadowbringers. So it's not something that has always been there. So if you're like an old enough crafter, you might be like, well, they didn't have that when I learned how to craft. Back in my day, we just remembered the recipes, but then one day Teamcraft came along and hey, that's actually easy, so let's do that. Esfera, we finished the Heavensward Relic. And then we stood around for a bit. And then I decided that I would also finish the Paladin relic that I happened to have. Which was an A Realm Reborn relic. So right now I'm just doing the marvel at my fancy weapons step. Oh, Shaq is here. But yeah, basically we finished a lot sooner than predicted. And then I did another one and finished soon enough that I'm still like we finished sooner than predicted somehow. Despite me going, that took a really long time with the quests step. Too much drill? No, not necessarily. If I was completely alone when I saw how little damage in my attacks did to Ifrit, I would have just gone and done Thorn March instead. They would take about 16 seconds per. Breezy Lemon says, just here for a bit between lockouts. Which one do you find more tedious? A Realm Reborn or Heavensward? A Realm Reborn. Because of the book grind. It's ridiculous how much of the time is that. Actually, when we finished the Realm Reborn Relic, we had, like, the Black Mage one, we had a little bit of a talk about that, where it was like, it's incredible how we did the Realm Reborn grind over 3 sessions. The first one, we reached the book stage and did a book or 2. Then we spent a whole 3-hour stream on just doing 5 books, and then we spent an additional extra long stream on the books and every single step after it. Sure, it was a longer stream, but it was still I feel 50%, if not more, of the time was just the books. Even though it probably wasn't. That was also the part that Atmas can take more time than you'd expect. But because you can pre-farm those, it doesn't feel nearly as bad. And exactly, Nazea, the Heavensward steps, a lot of the steps, you can just have the items on hand. And just be like, yep, already did it. Actually, I made a list in my huge spreadsheet of everything. I made a list of all the things I need for every one of these Realm Reborn and Heavensward relics still. The mount on the right. It's a creature from Dawntrail. Do I remember where it is on my huge list? It's here. It's an egg eater. There's a third-party tracker of the relic items. Fair enough, Skylar. I have my own spreadsheet. I'd forget if I had to go to a different website. Nellen says, can't leave out the Oogle the shiny weapon stage. One must devote proper time to it, indeed. What's the point if we're not gonna ogle the weapon? Yeah, pretty much, Steve. Let's be fair here. I made my notes in my spreadsheet with all those information, all that information that is spread across the world. And I have started on the Atma grind. You can actually see here, I need to get to 8 with each of them to finish. And I have actually 8 of the 12 finished. There's just 4 left. But Atma grind does not make for a particularly interesting stream. So we managed to skip that. The only bad thing about the AR books are the fates. Pretty much. I would also say the leaves are mildly annoying. If only because sometimes the leave you need is just not on offer. So you have to get smart about it to cycle them and things like that. Like, it would be a lot... That would be less tedious if they would just always be there. Fates roll you? Really? I knew that finishing a live quest rolls your re-rolls your lives on offer. I didn't know Fates also do it. But that is good to know. So if you find that you don't have the one you need on offer, you can just wait for one of the Fates. Nah, what don't, Nasir? Fates do not re-roll the leaves? Oh, like that. No worries, Nazir. Sorry about that. That would have been nice though, if doing a live, if doing a fate just re-rolled your lives. That would be a pretty handy way to like make them work a little bit better together. Goki says, one way to make fates more interesting is to go on a fate tour to show their story and lore. A lot of them have funny stories, and just do one fate each as you go along. Yeah, that is true. There are some interesting ones. One fate that I've noticed that no one cares about in Madonna is one of those escort fates. And if it I believe if it times out, like no one takes it and it despawns, the guy that is supposed to be escorted, I don't know if it's just like a thing he says until you take the quest, or if it actually despawns when he says it, but he said, it could also be a she, I didn't even notice. They will say something like, I say, will no one help me get to where I need to go, or something like that. But I noticed that because recently I've sometimes just been in Modona. And sometimes just gone AFK while my character's in Modona, and then I come back and then check the chat log, and then there's like 4 of those, and I'm like, I guess not, no. The most annoying of the battle leaves are the ones where they send you to fight specific mobs for 5 minutes. You'll finish it in 2. And then you'll just be like, well, and then there's the surprise, which spawns here. That one's fun, right, everyone? A funny thing about that is that if you've done an Atma grind, then you would be fully, perfectly acquainted with this specific fate from farming Atmas in this area. Good luck, Freezy Lemon. So you would know. The problem with that fate is that it's you have to protect like 2 or 4 crates. But if you're not there, the mobs that spawn, the waves that spawn, will kill the things that need to be protected in like a minute and a half. So if you're not there when it spawns, it's going to fail. So if you have that one in your book, then like while you can do all the other ones, and like check in and just be like, oh well, it spawned. Now I can do it. Like maybe it spawns while you're away for 5 minutes, and then like you can come back and do it. Like you can do a dungeon that you have on in your book while you wait for it to spawn. But with surprise, you basically just need to sit there and wait for it, because if you leave, it's gone. If it spawns, it's gone before you make it back. Unless you basically have someone like Nox just camping and waiting for it, who might even be able to protect the crates while you make your way there. That's very nice, Goki. Just keep in mind, just for anyone, that because bots really like to send links, you cannot send any links in the live chat. It won't punish you, as far as I'm aware. It'll just, your message will not go through. Usually, if you want to send a link to something, I like tend to refer to the Discord server, because there you can actually send a link. There's one like that in Lakeland? Huh. Thank you, Aridil. But yeah, like, of all the fates, the ones that are really mean, in my opinion, is exactly this one. Then, over here, there's one that spawns here. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called, the Big Bengali theory or something like that. It spawns very infrequently, which is really annoying. Actually, this whole zone has a strange problem with being really big and not having enough fates to sustain you farming in it, if memory serves. I specifically remember in the Yokai Watch event that I would sit here and wait for fates to spawn sometimes. Just because there wasn't any. And then also one of the fates that can be in your book just... And then, this one is a much smaller gripe. It's a much smaller detail. I believe it spawns like... here. But it's not like... It's not just a fate that spawns. It's a guy that you have to talk to. It's not the only one like it that can happen in the books, but because it's just a guy, like, the problem with fates that you have to initiate is that instead of saying what the name of the fate that it'll initiate is, it'll just tell you the name of the NPC that you're looking for. So you're like, I don't know, Heilenard Guard, level 35? I don't know if I want to talk with him. Does he have the quest that I want? Hey, Copper Sulfate. Hope you're doing well. But aside from that, I think the most annoying thing that can happen with the Fate farm is the fates that are just really infrequently spawning. Oh yeah, the follow-up fates. There's the specific one in here. Where there's, I believe it's here? Actually, I think it's here. Something like this. Spawns here. The first fate, like, you get by talking with the guy, and the fate that spawns is not the fate you need, but the name is vaguely similar. You do that fate, and then it'll turn into the fate you need. A bit on the right. Well, it's somewhere around here. Point being that, again, you'll see some guy talk with the person, and then a fate that is not the fate you wanted will spawn. You do that, and then the fate you want spawns. Like, again, like, I'm not being like, oh, this is the worst. It's just me going, those were the ones that really stood out to me. Like, the ones where it was really like, this one is really long, like really long wait time. This one you could easily miss, and so on and so forth. Thank you, Goki. But for the most part, it's just a matter of doing them. And I feel like a lot of the steps, like the reason why the books end up taking so long is because while you can do all the other things while you're waiting for the fates to spawn, because of the timing on it, you have to be a little bit like, okay, I'll do like these tasks and then I'll come back and check everything. And then I'll do like this dungeon, and I'll come back and check everything. And then I'll do maybe these leave quests, and then I'll come back and check everything. Which means that you will spend a lot of time teleporting back and forth and back and forth and back and forth while you're doing the tasks. Whereas if the fates were just there, so you only had to go once, you'd probably not spend nearly as much time on it. And it's a little bit reminiscent of when I did a stream on the moon, the new Gather a Crafter place. A thing I feel like I think I mentioned was that the big issue that a lot of people ran into with Miner and Botanist is that after you had finished a mission, you would basically be completely fresh out of GP. So if you wanted to be sure you could gold rank the next mission too, you had to simply sit there and wait. And because you usually needed your cordials to be sure you got it, you had to sit and wait just for the recovery. Maybe you could use a cordial to recover faster, but you had to wait at least 3 minutes. Whereas crafters didn't have to do that. I don't even, like, to some degree, fishers might not always have to do that. They probably do. But it was especially egregious with mining and botany because of how quick some of their missions were. But a way you can circumvent it is either by just crafting while you wait, or do something else on your computer or in your house. I don't know. You'll realize very quickly that 3 minutes is not a lot of time if you do that. Like, there was one day while I was working on my mining research points, my first relic, that I had like a manuscript that I was working on for a video. And I was working on that in between, and I realized that I probably ended up spending, like 2 minutes on a mission. And then sometimes, like, the next mission I wanted to do was slightly different place, so I had to run over there and then wait. Which meant that a lot of the time, I would spend maybe 2 minutes looking on at that manuscript, which meant that nothing got done. So yeah, if you find something else to do, it's not too bad. There's also the detail that if you actually switch out of a gatherer, then your GP recovery drops. Like, it actually reduces because gatherers have special traits that increase it, and those do not continue if you're not that class. And yet that's true, Goki. The gathering tasks, specifically miner and botany, in my opinion, felt a lot easier than the crafter ones. Just in general, like, you could just go and do it. Some gathering tasks were so fast that a crafting task of equivalent like value, you wouldn't even be halfway done by the time the gatherer's like, all right, done. Coffee break, I guess. And the crafter's just there working. But other times the crafter would like get more reward for something that took similar time? Question mark. But yeah, I actually, Tandemar, I actually ended up pausing working on the fishing relic because I got so annoyed at it. I've just been working on crafters a little bit each day. I think I'm at level 7 with fishing. Out of 9. That said, I did fishing first, so I had a great time. Did you? I heard others also did. Aerodel also did fishing first, I believe. I just recommend doing fishing with red alerts for those level 4 points. That's a good idea. That could work. And that's true, Steve. I actually waited with even starting on fishing until I had the full bonus, so that I didn't have to do it as much. And that's true, Goki, but it's still, like, it's reliable amounts, because the red alerts tend to not be particularly difficult. Like, in terms of, like, raw research points per minute while you're, like, gold rating a mission, red alerts are not the best. But you can do those for, like, 20 minutes and get a reasonable amount, where you might need to, like, you know, burst and wait for your GP to get a gold rating on an actual mission that gives level 4 research. The main motivation for me, Goki, for working on it anyway is because there's only one way to get neon pink dye at the moment. So that's just my way of gradually accumulating it. And I'm just saying, I am very dedicated to my craft of collecting pink dye. Like, it's a lot easier when you can get them from Island Sanctuary. That's a good idea, Steve. 2 fishing missions that are at the same spot. One gives 1, 2, and 3, and the other gives 4. If they're both reasonably beatable, that is a very, very good idea. But yeah, I have a lot of pink dye. But yeah, on that note, maybe this is a good time to wrap up. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream, and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a Discord link there, right in the chat. There you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday and Monday. And you will also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post these things, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, Aerodel posted a Ko-Fi, well, Aerodel posted a Discord link, but there's a Ko-Fi link in the description also, where you can also use. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so that I can focus on stuff like this with all of you. But that'll be all from me tonight. Goki said, let me see. Goki says, I loved your Black Mage Complete guide. Been using it. Are you gonna do the other jobs? If you check the channel's playlists, I actually just send it. Just 1 second. It's in chronological order, so it'll start with the old Black Mage guide. I have job guides for every job. Some of them are from my old style, where I did them in 2 halves, but all of them are either up to date, or if there's only a little bit off, you'll find a pinned comment where it says what's wrong, or different, or has changed. But I have job guides for all jobs in Dawntrail. And they should serve you well. I actually have a bunch of playlists, so try and check that out. Like just if you go to the channel, go to playlists, you can find different stuff. Sometimes you'll find some series that maybe I did ages ago. Like I have a solo challenge stream series. I have the Extreme Countdown stream series. Some of them you might find entertaining. But yeah, enjoy. But that'll be it from me tonight. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.